We're on the road to nowhere. Come on inside. There's a city in my mind. But it's alright. It's alright. Shooby-doo-bop-bum. Hi, Pickles. How are you? Hi, Omizu. Sorry, it's not fun. I'm alright, just kind of tired. Really didn't feel that up to painting. But I'm doing it. No, more of like a physical exhaustion. Garg! What the hell? Yeah, I know what you mean, Drez. The wax is hard to see. I'm gonna blow out this candle too. Oh, I'm sorry, Dia. Garg, you're gonna have to come and get it. I'll make it anytime you want, but you're in Illinois, I'll make you a pizza. I'll make you a pizza. Yeah, Dia, I hope you feel better soon. That is no bueno. As they say in Poland, that is no bueno. Hi, Martin. How you doing, bud? Ugh. Well, I am a canonical dreamboat Garg. Hi, Real Fopu. Alright, so we're doing another limited palette, everybody. I know you all can't believe this, but we're doing it. Oh my god! Fucker! Ugh. It was Pyrrole Red, right? Bismuth Medium, Pyrrole Red, and Lamp Black. And Titanium White. An actually fairly usable palette. Lamp Black is the weakest part of this palette, but it shall be workable. Not bad, Drez. Blues have the best options overall. Because since I feel saucy, I tend to add the blacks and the greens as the blues. So you know, that gives you a lot more variability in it. I had to step in and vote, Dia, because since Lamp Black was comfortable, usually I don't vote, but I voted today because Burnt Umber was in the lead, and Burnt Umber would have been the worst thing for this palette with Lamp Black. Yeah, Prussian Blue's not a great color. Now I gotta just make sure we find our Lamp Black. Because it's unlabeled. Oh my god! Yeah, we just need better options with Burnt Umber. I would have been fine not voting and leaving it as Burnt Umber if Lamp Black wasn't clearly the choice. I think this is Lamp Black. Hi, Lost. How you doing, you son of a bitch? Sorry if I didn't react to your murder. Well, it does make sense for me to have essentially a vote, 1.5 votes. I usually don't vote. But, I also have to keep in mind the usability to a certain extent of the palette. No refunds. You could pry it from my warm, dead hands. Hi, Free Then 1P. Or Free Then P. Absolutely not, Jan. Oh yeah, I should probably do some paper towels. Nope. You have to vote, Lost. You have to vote. But I'll say this, everybody. Next time we do a limited palette, which might be the next time, it might be in 3 years. It was going to be media, yep. No refunds. But so the next time we do limited palette, I'm going to, instead of voting on colors, you guys are going to vote for a designed palette. So I'll probably come up with 4 combinations that y'all can vote on. Sounds good, Drez. Garg, how have you been? I'm doing all right. Just tired. My knee's been kind of bothering me. This candle needs to melt faster, everybody. Well, the problem is, Garg, is the positions I can fall asleep in seem to make my knee tight. But I think that I've been having to do a lot more like walking around in stairs lately. Just random shit. So I don't know if it's just like overuse. a square composite. Well, so Amizu, I'm basically creating like my own Brady Bunch or my Andy Warhol series of skeletons, because these are all on these, like, you know, I think these are 2 foot by 2 foot squares. So I'll try, Garg. I'll try. But so I, you know, I eventually might have 9 of these limited palette skeletons, and then I'll just hang them up as like a Brady Bunch thing. Maybe. Maybe. And that nose is a little... Hi, Nordic! Nordic! I see. Oh, just disgustingly awesome, Nordic. Just the most depraved stuff you could ever think of. As you know. I gotta fix this nose. This nose is like a ½ inch to the left. All right, 1 second, everybody. Why does it keep on moving back to that side? It's tilting to the left, everybody. Stage left. Oh yeah, I've had that for a while, Nordic. That painting is for sale too. That was from a painting I did. All right, I'm just fixing the nose. Oh, my ass just hit my monitor. God, now it seems too far to the right. Son of a bitch! God damn it, I just had to kick the light. God bless America! Okay. All right. Oh, did you, Nordic? Oh, that is really cool. I love the Muppets. Muppets are great. Nordic, what's your favorite Muppet movie? Hi, Todd. So I took a photo. Oh, fuck. God damn. Okay. So I'm looking at Christmas Carol. Christmas Carol is a good choice. Mine is either Christmas Carol, Muppet Treasure Island, or what's going on there? Sorry, there we go. So I have this set up right in front of me, everybody. I also love the Great Muppet Caper Nordic. Great Muppet Caper is really up there for me. Make sure my zoom's in there. So, real faux pew, I took a picture of it and put that up there for people's own reference. I mean, there's so many really fun things about Muppet Treasure Island. And it was like the last of kind of like the historical Muppet films. I'm just doing this for zoom. I mean, not zoom, for focus. All right, de-wipe to focus. Miss Piggy. I love Pepe. I kind of like the bits, or I think about the bits more that they do with a lot of the Muppets. So, like, I love how they do the rats, like Rizzo the Rat and all them, like, where they're, like, you know, a group, like, of, like, cooks, or, like, you know, in the Great Muppet Christmas Carol, they were accountants. What's going on with Twitch, Todd? I like Pepe's general, like, jovial perversion. Gonzo works well with certain people. So I guess Rizzo's up there for me. That's awesome, Nordic. That's a great photo. I won't. I just looked at it on my phone. All right. Let me continue to dilly-dally. Nope, no pressuring, Jan. No pressuring. Unless it's Greenbag. Because Greenbag's a son of a bitch. I always like how they do, like, commencement speeches. Like Kermit, there you go. I just did it for you, Nordic. Jan, did I already say this to you? I shipped out your stuff today. Ups has your package. I always lose this one palette knife. I never know where it goes off to. And it's just always right in front of me, like right now. Very possibly, Jan. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I'm surprised I did a portrait of him from Dazed and Confused. I was actually not a huge fan of that movie. I mean, it's good, but I don't know. People love that film. I'm just not with them on that. Oh my God!
You beautiful person.
Thank you, Raven. Salt, you son of a bitch. Thank you, Raven. Hi, Mud. How's the snake ending up? I'm a snake. Ooh, it's a snake. In progress. Yeah, I was on it. You made a good amount of progress. It's just so much work. Who would? I don't know, Lost. Is that really Nordic? That's kind of a fun distinction. I like that. We don't want to perpetuate the craziness of us Swedes. That's kind of a funny thing to be self-conscious about. I'm not even self-conscious about, sorry, but like... Yeah, I agree with that. I wonder what living in Sweden would be like relative to the United States. I imagine if you lived in the United States then moved to Sweden, it would feel very pleasant. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just better. But like, there's also there's also. I'm talking about the more nuanced aspects of it. Any of the Nordic, true. I mean, that really would apply to like Norway as well, or Denmark, or the Netherlands, and. Canada is kind of a mixed bag, Jan. I'd say the rural areas of Canada are fairly indistinguishable from a lot of the United States.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink! Yeah, but they have... Well, I mean, that's obviously the big difference right now, right? But there's a whole contingent of Canadians that like are trying to get rid of, like, to privatize healthcare as well. Like, they have their crazy contingent. It's just that their leadership is much saner. Oh, you were talking about Sweden? Oh, gotcha. I thought we were talking about Canada. How the fuck do you say that, Nordic? I mean, I would much rather be living in Toronto right now, Mud, or Vancouver. Luchtgoob? Luchtgoob. All right, so we'll talk about this palette once I get the last color out here. I'm mixing some Impasto Medium into this. I haven't used Pyro Red in a while. What a lovely red. God, is Pyro Red good, everybody. And if you didn't know, you can buy Pyro Red from me. Hi, Emmy. I sell it and make it myself. That red could be yours. Hi, Sophie. Yep. Ketchup, mustard, mayo. Yeah, that. And now we have the love of Mud's life, Lamp Black. Lamp Black, everybody. Which is made from the soot of usually a vegetable drying oil. Yes, that is true. That is true. Oh my God. Honestly, I don't know. I hate when I say honestly, because it's like I'm implying that I lie all the time. When I went to France, people were very friendly to a blatant American such as I. I've never told a lie. All the time. Come on, Dia. Come on. You're a fucker. All right. So Lamp Black. So those Japanese calligraphy inks are made from this pigment, everybody. That's a little trivia. Is made from Lamp Black. Or what we call Lamp Black. This has origins all the way back to cave paintings, everybody. Back to the cave paintings. Has one of the longest drying times of any paints I'm aware of because it has a shockingly high amount of oil to make that a paint. I think so too, Pickles. I don't lie all the time, Maddie. Yeah, I agree with that, Salt. It is stereotypical. Okay. All right, so our palette, again, for today is Titanium White, Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Medium, which is just the same as Cadmium Yellow color-wise. We have Pyrrole Red, which is the same color as Cadmium Red, a fairly neutral red. And then we have Lamp Black, which is a bluish black. A bluish black, okay? So you could argue that this is one of like a better modern interpretation of the Zorn palette. So for this, if this was like being true to the Zorn palette, but not true, but like in premise or like an Appel palette, but I would change the yellow to a lemon, which would open up the greens even more. Okay. And help with the brightness, some value. But this palette, so this palette can still make greens. So we'll show you a green really quickly. He said Zorn drink. Shut up, Jan. Okay, so we can still make an okay green here. As you can see here. Okay. We can actually make a green. That's, you know, that is actually green or a dark yellow, you know, however you want to interpret this color. But it's actually, you know, much better than what yellow ochre can do. Fuck yellow ochre. Okay. And then our blues are just going to be Lamp Black and Titanium White. So this is pretty much the best blue we can make, but it's still not, it's not bad. It definitely leans purple, but also fairly neutral. But you can see it's not terrible compared to a fucking lead white and ivory black, which is just a bright brown. So you can see we do have some range. F it in the ass. Yellow ochre can eat my ass. So yeah. So these are kind of like our weakest colors theoretically. Oh, purples. So if we were to make a purple from this, so we could move some of this away. Our best purple is purple. A little bit better than I expected, actually. But that's our purple. So these are our, like, you know, secondary colors in this palette, right? We can make, obviously have a great yellow, we have a great red. Yeah. Fuck that. But you can see, we can actually hit a purple, we could actually hit a blue. They are desaturated, but they are there. And our green isn't bad. Tit white has its time and place, Jan. It's just that people don't understand its weaknesses common enough. Lichtgube is actually just a name for a Norse. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. They had a character like that. Well, no, I guess it wasn't like that. I was gonna say in Baldur's Gate, they had a lantern thing. All right. Do we understand this palette now? I do have to say the greens I can't hit. And this bow tie. If this was phthalo blue, we're close to being as like optimal as we can with 4 colors. Don't say it. Don't say what? Lichub? You don't understand anything? What don't you understand, Maddie? Oh, Zorn? Alright. Let's get out of brush, huh? Of course, that nose moved left. Again. Zorn, 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 Zorn! Oh my god! Burple. Alright, let's get out of brush. Is this the brush I want for this? No, it's not. Let's go this brush. Maybe it's alright. It would be cool to see though, Nordic. Okay. Times are changing, Salt. It's like you yearn for those old times. No, those were the days. Maddie is improving a lot. Alright, I gotta fix this fucking nose again. Okay. All right. What was the divine inspiration for today's model? Oh, childhood trauma. All right. I could discuss this a little. All right. So first off, no, I wasn't touched by a clown. It does scream trauma. So I wanted to do the lighting from above instead of top down. I have the light facing upwards, today. So I want to start off with that. I don't have more wigs that I wanted to use. I have some wigs that I haven't painted yet, but like I didn't want to do the black curly haired wig because of the background, and it would just, I didn't think it would work well. I have a Trump wig that I haven't used, but I'm saving that. So I'm like, okay, no wig. And what hats do I have? And then I'm like, I want to experiment with the candle a little bit more on the head with like melted wax. It's not showing up that well, especially when I think when I turn off or when I blow out the candle. So that might be a bit of a miss. Because maybe I should have used a different color than this one because it's not contrasting enough. And then I had the clown nose and stuff lying around. So I said, why the fuck not? Man's lantern only contained the souls of people that had done equal amounts of good and evil in life. Well, that sounds like a very a very uneven penalty for people. This is why hell never made sense to me, Nordic. It's like, does somebody deserve eternal conscious torment for being gay? The answer is no. But boy, do people think that's the case. All right. Shall we begin? Yeah. It came in the same pack, Emmy. It came in the same pack. No, being here is hell, Jan. I'm in hell. I'm positive this is hell. All right, let's get started. If this isn't hell, I'd be very surprised. There was another piece, Emmy. There was gloves in this pack that I got. Yeah. Well, that's all that's all I wear for my Sunday vest, Salt, is just the nose, the bow tie, and the gloves, and nothing else. No shoes in the pack. Probably not. It's eternal conscious torment, Jan. That would be one of the most pleasant things ever, Dia. Yeah. Straight to hell, Nordic. But I'm telling you, hell sounds like a pretty good time relative if in that context of heaven and hell I don't think sounds that bad. All right. Let's get started. I love, there's a Simpsons bit where Homer was waiting in line in hell for something, and he was getting so impatient for waiting in line for his punishment that he was like cutting people in line and stuff. I always find that concept hilarious. That was some of my favorite Simpsons types bits. All right. Should I blow out the candle now? I want that to... Do I take a torch to it now? We'll see. Ooh, really? Oh shit, I forgot something. How many tries? How many tries will it take the toxically masculine me to open this? Oh my god! Who's this clown? Look in the mirror, green bag. 152 1 2 1 1. Hi, Sashi. 2 from Amizu. Ooh, really makes me wonder. Pickles with 1. Hi! Hi! Any other guesses? Salt is always just a hater, okay? Salt's just one of my haters. Alright, doesn't believe in my masculine strength. I mean, he is number 1. He is the number 1 nemesis. That was just to placate your rage, Mr. Salt, your uncontrollable rage. Oh my god, Greenbag. Alright. Super Nintendo Power Grip. Alright, Super Nintendo Power Grip. And then we'll do a countdown from 100. 99. 98. Sneak attack! Oh, that was easy. Nope, that was a Super Nintendo Power Grip. Gets it every time. Ones have it. Eat shit, twos. Good. Good, twos. Good job, Umizu. All right. God, you know, I can't help but just reflect on how much hate there is in this chat and how lucky we are all to observe this much hate and vitriol. It's a talent, true. Let's see. Pickles, Sashi, Maddie, Dia, Yan. Let's see. Pickles, Sashi, Maddie, Dia, Yan. Nope. Omizu guessed 2. I think it's just misplaced. No. Yeah, no center lines today. No, Amizu guessed 2. He didn't get it wrong. Amizu didn't get any points. Ooh, really makes me wonder. Oh yeah, and just in case anybody, Jesus Christ, man, doesn't recall or didn't realize this, is for 12 oily points, you can choose a limited palette for me. One yellow, blue, or red. I do reserve the right to veto some of it or to collaborate with you, but I will try and come up with a reasonable good faith effort to give you a palette that you're interested in seeing. What is Dia at? Jesus Christ, 2 and 3. What color is Yan? Hi, Fugu. Ooh, really makes me wonder. Yeah, I mean, I would probably buy it for that amount just for like random shit. Ooh, it really makes me wonder. We're on the road to nowhere. Come on inside. There's a city in my mind. Maybe it's alright. I think I'm making this too wide already. Already. Good reminder, anybody who is not subscribed to me on YouTube, please, I need this. Well, yeah, I'm trying to get the candle to melt down a ton, Mud, so that there's only like a nub. So I've been letting this go for a few hours now, but it's going very slow, so I might take a torch to it again. So ideally I'd like to have the candle go up to here. I already did salt. I thought I wanted to get like a wax build up too. Yeah. Well, I brought out my kitchen torch. And that wax just fucking pours off when you do that. No, this is just one I got from a dollar store. We're on the road to nowhere. Come on inside. Yeah, That's what I've been noticing, Salt. So I didn't know that there was that distinction. I got an itch at the bottom of my foot for some reason. I hate when I get that. Hold on. Have fun, Mud. I'll do my best. There's a city in my mind. Calling his nightmare fuel. So you're telling me you're going to buy this one, I mean, so you can give to your enemies. This is a great painting, everybody, for your mortal enemies. Okay. Do you have a neighbor you hate? Huh? Maybe you have a judgy cousin or aunt. Huh, everybody? Huh? And just for the low price of $2,000 a month for 36 months, you can have this. Yeah, of course, yeah. The shipping would be free in that case. And this painting does come with a premium curse. Okay. Okay, a premium curse. Okay. Anybody who owns this painting or, who buys this painting will have ED for the rest of their life. No fixing. Okay. And that's a badly promise. That's a badly promise, everybody. Exactly, Salt. No, see, you don't buy it for yourself, Maddie. You buy it for your enemies, okay? There you go, Emmy. See, I told you you'd want this one. There's a city in my mind. Extra dill. I could. I got a long list of things I can curse. I probably made this face too big, huh? I don't know how much of with this current. Getting a lot of ideas, huh, Emmy? So that nose is too far this way, I think. There's a city in I gotta wait on this candle. What's nice about lamp black though is how opaque it is. This shit is opaque, yo. It's very nice. You sure about that? I don't think it is. I mean, it's not toxic, Guard. This is gonna taste like shit. It's gonna just taste like burning. Good, Maddie, good. Well, that's part of the curse. The curse is also not just permanent ED. It's also sleep. It's a sleep paralysis demon. It will make any like dolls or dummies in your house come alive. It'll make your house smell like fresh baked cinnamon rolls until it wakes you up. So you'll wake up smelling fresh cinnamon rolls, and then it'll go away. Also. That's another one of the curses. What else does it do? Cinnamon? Cinnamon? Nope, cinnamon. Cinnamon. Right? So it'll wake you up every night. And you're like, wait, is that cinnamon buns? And then it'll just stop, but you'll be fully awake expecting cinnamon buns. Oh, so, sleep paralysis demons are much easier to get rid of, Garg. Much easier. Yeah, you're gonna do that for the rest of your life then? And what if they're not good cinnamon buns? Huh? You won't. I bet you won't. They might, Garg. They might. I'll call that bluff, Pillsbury baby. So you're gonna say you're just gonna stock up on cinnamon rolls every single day? See, then you're letting the curse win, because then you just got a long or you got a life of diabetes ahead of you. So this is more of a curse of diabetes. I don't think you will. I think you'll grow to hate him. It's still alive. That's true. What if you're already... Well, then you'll have type 4 diabetes. Because you'll have type 2 diabetes. I'm glad I could provide you this lust for life due to your hatred. Good luck. Good luck. I already have that. And Sashi, I already have that curse. Do you know how many people I've killed on the sidewalks who've cursed me? Do you know what that number is now? Do you know how many curses I have on myself? A lot, yeah, a lot more than I should. We're up to 93. 93, Maddie. That's not how curses work. It's just a light switch. Type 8 diabetes. Then it'll be 16, 32, 64, 128. Is this an exponential? 256, 512. 1024. 2048. I have type 4096, 4096 diabetes. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, Garg, there's a big Phasmo update coming soon. Do you hear about that, Garg? You hear about that? Good. Well, but there's a huge game update this month. They're introducing sound recordings and I think video recordings too. And then they're changing how the photos work. Other improvements. Like there's a lot of cool shit. And then after the patch, they're updating the other farmhouse. I think it's Grafton. The campsite was one of their newer maps, Garg, so that one's probably, a long time before that one gets updated. The campsite is only like 3 or 4 years old. Sorry, it's only like 2 years old-ish. Scarier? Interesting. Okay, so there is some glare. Will this help at all? Where did I put that fucking thing? There it is. You've never seen the campsite? We've done it a few times, but it wasn't our favorite map. But yeah, next time, maybe we'll play Phasmo soon. We haven't played Phasmo since the Squirrel Hand debacle of 2025. Remember Pickles, the Great Squirrel Hand debacle? The best night ever. I call it a debacle. There's a city in my mind. It was my best ratings ever. It was my best ratings ever, Pickles. People wanted to hear the insanity that was Sashi and their squirrel hands. I'll see if I can make that, Sashi, on my fourth wall. I don't think I was the drama. I think I was trying to be reasonable. I was trying to be a very reasonable, well-adjusted man. A man. Toxically, mind you. Toxically adjusted man. And I was fighting against animal cruelty. Thank you. See, Maddie, this is one thing that me and Maddie are very aligned on here. Shockingly. There's a city in my mind. Baby, it's alright. Ahem. Excuse me. Ahem. Oh, this cough. No, no, no. I just took 48 Advil and 37 ibuprofen. I should be fine. I don't know. Well, the bottle just said codeine, so I just read that as Advil. Baby, it's alright. Oh, what the fuck? I don't want that. I think I need to make this extend it down that way. What did you do? I did a lot. I did a lot. So, all right. So some initial thoughts on this palette, everybody. So this palette feels even more flexible than I expected. So I am happy with this. This probably feels like the one of the better four color palettes that we've used. Now, one of the reasons why, though, is because I got the full range of values. The black and every color is opaque here, and the color range is good. So I'm not battling transparency issues. I have a fairly wide range of colors, and yeah, just basically those two. No, it really isn't. Lamp black has not been a problem. Why are you unhappy with my happiness, Dia? Shit.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Habit, true. I don't stink. All right? I smell really good. All right? I smell like a landfill with expired colognes that people didn't like. You know? Occasional bag of baby diapers. I smell great.
Nice.
Thank you, Emmy. Eureka fuckery. And you know what? I'll take it. That's not an insult. Not an insult.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. And I want to have
Hit
them
me!
answered immediately.
Yeah, I just don't see it, Dia. I don't see it. All right, Pickles. What is your question? There's a city in my mind. God, Road to Nowhere is... Raise your... Oh, I just spit my tongue. Fuck. Raise your hand if Road to Nowhere is one of your favorite songs. Because boy, do I love that fucking song. Just the opening of it is just utterly fantastic. Well, we know where we're going, and we don't know where we've been. Whose studio did the founding fathers of Impressionism originally start painting at together? How many guesses do I got, Pickles? You probably have, Maddie, just in like through the zeitgeist. But if you're unfamiliar, I'd suggest looking it up right now on YouTube. 4. All right, first guess is Pissarro. Pissarro. Thank you, Dia. Road to Nowhere. Road to Nowhere. No. Second guess, Manet. It's the Cars, right? Not the Cars. It's from the 80s, Maddie. Just search Road to Nowhere in YouTube. And it's like from the 80s. God, is it the Cars? I can't believe I forgot their fucking name. Oh, fantastic, Dia. Good, Dia. Talking Heads, that's it. Of course, yep, Talking Heads. Why did I say the fucking Cars? Talking Heads. They have a few songs, Maddie, that I know that you've heard. They're kind of one of the most important bands from the 80s. They did that. In the days go by, down at the water hole. That one. Forget the name of it. But Road to Nowhere. Road to Nowhere is one of my favorite songs. Hi, TDS. All right, Pickles. Next guess is Monet. Next guess is Monet. Shit. How have you been, TDS? And the days go by down at the water hole. Okay. Pickles, one last hint. Is it somebody who I definitely know the name of? Ooh, that sucks, TDS. Where do you live? Or what state are you in, TDS? I'm trying to think of Friends of the Impressionists. Oh, you're on the dry side of Washington, so you're by Idaho then, huh? Yep. That's one of the driest places in the United States, isn't it? 1874. So right at the beginning of Impressionism. That makes sense, TS. Wouldn't be No, Sicily was around later than that. And the days go by down at the water. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember the name of one of these fuckers who taught around then. And I wish I could remember this fucker's name. It was the guy who taught John Singer Sargent. Yes, please, Pickles, if you don't mind. Idaho. Oh my god, Amizu. That's an I've never met anybody who's from that part, TDS. That's interesting. Okay, I've actually been to Spokane, TDS. CG. God, that kind of fits with what I'm thinking it is. Give me the answer. Yeah, Claude Monet. Pickles, you won. Who was it? I can't remember who I'm thinking of. And the days go by down at the water. Okay, that wasn't the name I was thinking of. I don't know that name. I do not know that name. Yeah, I actually went to Spokane, TDS, on a job interview one time. Sounds good, Pickles. I do know now. Pickles, will you do me one favor right now? Yep. I didn't get the job though. I was actually surprised I didn't get that job because they fucking flew me out. It was for a design engineer position for a company that made custom packaging machines. So, Pickles, can you look up who John Singer Sargent studied under for me? Yeah, so TDS. So this company would be like, let's just say a company. I think they did stuff for Amazon too, though. But like, hey, can you make us a machine that will take something, put it in a box? We'll build the box, put something into the box, close the box, and tape the box shut, and put a label on it. So it was a company that did that for other companies as a contract manufacturer. At one point, I had a big interest in doing automation and robotic stuff. And the days go by. Duran. God damn it, I couldn't remember that name. Duran. Oh, I'm annoyed I forgot that name. And the days go by. It was that late that he studied under him? I thought he studied with Duran younger than that. It can be TDS. There is some strong ethical issues with it. But in a lot of the stuff I worked on, in my opinion, it was the ethical nature of automation, of like where it didn't necessarily remove an employee, but it made an employee more efficient. I would bet they are, TDS, because they were like a company of like 100 people. So they did their assembly in Spokane. I can't remember their name, but they had an office in Illinois that I was going to work out of. Yeah, there is some good things about it. There's always, in the fields I've worked in, there's been some like, you know, okay, so that color is a problem. There's always some things you got to look out for. So in a lot of like salaried office jobs, and it's really commonplace in engineering, where they'll, a lot of them expect about 9.5 to 10-hour days. For, you know, no overtime and stuff like that type shit. So they were one of those. And they just straight up said that in the you know, the interview. So like you kind of had to measure your salary in like prospective hourly rate. They did have some benefits at the time that were very appealing to me. Like, there was some ability to work from home, I think like 1 day a week. And at that time, this was, you know, pre-pandemic. That was very attractive. Yeah. So like, you know, there was some negatives to it. I did think I scared him off with what I wanted for my salary, but I don't regret asking for what I did. So. No worries, Pickles. Will do. Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things, right, Harper? It's just like, You know, it's weird. Engineering salaries are generally good, but you'd be surprised by how low they are in some companies relative to other positions compared to the value added that a good engineer brings. But hi, Bonds, how are you doing? Well, of course, because a lot of these companies only want to give you like a 3% fucking raise every year. You know, I had years where I went like above and beyond at jobs and they only give you 3 fucking percent. It's just like, what's the fucking point? Not just a year, like several years, by the way. Bonds, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, by the way. Yeah, that makes sense. And the days go by down at the water. Yep. That happens at a lot of places, you know. It's like it seemed to really be changing once I hit the workforce too. And I was like, my first real job out of college, my first permanent job, I was working for a great company, but I wasn't doing what I wanted to be doing, so I left. And then I had like 2 really bad companies in a row that were just like tons of hours. And then I worked for another really good company, but then I didn't like what I was doing again. It was just incredibly mind-numbing. So I really could not, I never really found a place that I was like, I somewhat enjoyed what I was doing and I felt like I was being treated fairly. Yeah, it is too bad. But now we're trying to make this work, everybody. So don't forget to get your paints from Badly Made Paints, all right? Buy all of them. You know, you won't regret it. Oh yeah, and if anybody's not subscribed to my YouTube, please, I need this, all right? I'm a broken, unstable man. By the way, TDS, that one skull that you're interested in, I will probably be listing it on Etsy fairly soon at a much higher price than what I told you. But if you ever want that one, let me know. And I'll, you know, anybody who's watching and they want to buy a painting from me, just tell me and I will give you a better rate than what's listed on my Etsy. Son of a bitch. You need the lighthouse? Well, that is currently on Etsy for a very high price, but once again, I would, give you a, very good price on it relative to Etsy. As in probably about like 50% off. So I think I have that painting listed for like 800 something, but I would sell, I'd basically sell it for 400 to a viewer. I mean, unless you want to pay full price, that's fine. I'm just letting anybody know. Don't get me wrong. I would love as much money as possible for them, but I also want to be fair, especially people who've been giving me support. All right, I think we got a decent block in here. All right, so I need everybody to look at this right now and remember especially when you're sleeping tonight, okay? So make sure you're looking at this when you're sleeping, or thinking about this when you sleep, okay? All right, everybody? So just get a good mental picture, okay? So that when you're lying in your bed tonight and you hear something, in the other room, okay? You think of this. Okay, you think of this. Maybe you think you see something out the window. This is what you think of. Good, Emmy, good. Good job. Okay? All right? Because remember, a lot of spooky things happen on a night. Just like tonight. Okay? Make sense, everybody? Decent blocking. I think it is time for a little break. A little break. And I'm definitely not going to get murdered by the skeleton. The skeleton clown. That definitely won't happen during this break. I'm also going to torch down this candle a little bit more during the break. Makes sense. Makes sense and makes sense as true. And the days go by. Oh, my hands are sweaty. Down at the water. Oh, Maddie, listen to that song. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to take approximately 5-minute break. We're going to run ads. There we go. All right, so everybody, let's take our poos. Okay. We're going to run ads, and we'll see everybody when we get back. All right, I'm back. But I was fiddling around and I moved it a little bit too off. All right, so I torched the candle some more. And I So I blew out the candle. Oh, I gotta move that shit back now. Oofta. Woot woot! I forgot I moved my backward screen, so let's fix that. Let's make sure we're in the right spot here. Yeehaw! Okay. Let me fix my backdrop. Oh, that's what it's from. Okay. All right. Okay, wait, let me finish taking this poo, and one second, done. Okay. All right, we're done taking a poop. Good. Good. This is good. 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 I'm feeling great right now. I don't know how I'm gonna do these wax strips well, but we'll see. And the days go by. Cool. All right, let's find our. We need more lamp black. I think we're fine on other colors for now. Yeah, Maddie, so far, lamp black, not really that difficult to use. From the stigmas I've heard about it. But then again, you know, if you were using shittier paint, I could imagine this being very overpowering. But because I don't, and I have full pigmentation on these paints, I, you know, don't think it's an issue for me. days go by. Okay. Let's get some brushes out. Let's get some oleo gel out, just in case. Probably don't need a ton of this. Just a little nibble. Let's get some brushes. So we got this guy. Let's get a couple smaller ones. We call these smaller brushes green bag size. Okay, green bag size. That's just an industry term. I don't know where it comes from. All right. You guys are dealing with some glare there, which is a bit annoying. And the days go by down at the water. Cool. See, they're smart. You should go there, Sashi. Think about all the wonderful things they have if they support RC Cola. Remember, everybody, to drink your RC Colas. Also, cherry RC Cola is acceptable, but not diet. Not diet RC Cola. Diet RC Cola is for losers. Not getting the color I want. And the days go by. Red just keeps on fucking coming out of this brush. I mean, I like diet sodas, just not diet RC. I don't know. I enjoy Diet Pepsi and Diet Coke. I do like cane sugar, like Mexican. There's nothing that's like, son of a bitch. Sophie. Hi, back. Mexican Coke is like one of the greatest things on this planet. Yeah. Stinky? You know, somebody else has called me stinky before. And I don't get the slander, the stinking slander. That's right, Bubbles used to call me stinky.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. I didn't like UK Cokes or French Cokes. Was it my sister? No, it was Bubbles. It was Bubbles Pickles. Well, yeah, I just finished taking a poo. Not possible. Now I know you're lying, Sophie. For a second, I was gonna believe you. Oh, fucking A, this goddamn nose. Oh, my beans and sprouts. One second, the nose fell off. I was like, why can't I see more of this area? Okay, alright. This is great, everybody. I'm having so much fun. Headphone falls out. See how that looks. No. Give me a minute! God damn it, Sophie. No, never. Or not. Okay. Okay. All right. Have fun, Sophie. Careful of those perverts, Sophie. You don't hate me. Doubt it. We'll see. We'll see, Sophie. We'll see about that. All right, have fun, Sophie. Nose might be too big now. Hi, Flat Joseph. How you doing, bud? I'm doing all right, bud. Flatch list? Well, Flat Joseph, are you a flatch list? Are you? No? Okay. I mean, I am. See, now I have to rearrange this goddamn nose. God damn it, is the nose is falling again. That god, and I started moving it. Fucking shit balls. Beans! Beans and sprouts! More duct tape. Sorry, I'm doing a rhinoplasty right now. Please don't fall off. Now let's see if it's lined up the same way. Yeah, okay. Good enough. Mud, this is the third time I've applied duct tape to it. No, I've been using duct tape. No worries, Sophie. We're having fun right now. This is fun. We are having so much fun. Look at how much fun I'm having. Oh wait, there's two Sophies. Jesus Christ. No, I know, Sophie. I remember. Clouds are fun! Jesus Christ, Sophie. You maniac. Not a plaster? What do you mean a plaster, TDS? Oh, I did not know that, TDS. Yeah, no, I'm using duct tape for the nose. Yeah, so I was already fucking with that nose, and then it was moving, and I wasn't realizing it, so now I gotta put beans and toast, everybody. Beans and sprouts. Oh, you cut yourself, governor. Let's get a plaster on it, shall we? That's how I read that. I hope anybody who's watching from the UK was very offended by what I just did. Because I want everybody from the UK to know that if I had one wish in this world, it would be that everybody in the UK had a Cockney accent forever. Oh, a cup of tea. You'll be right as rain. That's not even British. I don't know what the fuck that was. Wouldn't it be awesome if like the entirety of the UK woke up with Cockney accents? Right? God, I would love that. It would be so funny. I think there'd be a war. Like a civil war. Because I think the people who originally had Cockney accents would then, like, try and act superior to those without Cockney accents. Is what I think would happen. It's the one time people with Cockney accents would have, like, pride. Yeah. Oh God, I mean, I think the Irish especially would hate it.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my God! The Scots would too, but I think the Irish especially. Welcome in, Todd, you fucker. Aaron, welcome in. Welcome in. Who followed? Hokey Mama, thank you for the follow. Aaron, get in here, or else. Get on in here! Aaron Bun Paints, another raid. Welcome in, everybody. Get on in here. Get on in. Hi, Todd. Aaron, how was your stream? What were you working on? Give us your links now or else. I've noticed. Hi, Hokey Mama. What the heck was what? What was what? What the heck? Yeah, you rated twice, Aaron. Maybe I gotta put a little juice on that side. Neat. Give us those links, Aaron. I will ask again. You be the next carcass in the peat bog. All right, TDS, I got a trivia for you. There you go. Everyone go follow all of Aaron's links. Fantastic painter. Evil. Just great person. Friend of the stream. Check out their stuff or else. All right, TDS. What historical pigment was traditionally made from peat? Good, Aaron, good. Good. Now, the next step is to throw out all of your acrylics. Yep, that... Search your feelings, Aaron. You know this to be true. You've probably heard of the pigment, yellow ochre, nope. Search your feelings, Aaron. You know this is the right thing. Are you searching your feelings? Should I wait? It is not Todd. Darth Badley? Possibly. Burnt Umber? Nope. I don't know what you mean by mossy. No, I wouldn't consider it mossy. No, not brown ochre. Aaron, what were you painting today with your oils that you're soon gonna throw away and discard? I mean, with your acrylic. Sorry, what are you painting with your oils, which you're gonna soon be painting full time with? Oranges, nice. Oranges are a good subject. That is perfectly fine. It's not greenish, no, Harper. Any other guesses? Any other guesses, TDS? That's right, Hokey Mama. Line black? Nope. I need a pigment name. All right, fine, TDS. There is actually two. One you might know as Van Dyke Brown. Van Dyke Brown, one of the classical ways of making it was with peat. The recipe has changed several times. And Castle Earth. Castle Earth has also been made from Van Dyke. I mean, from peat. The Romans, not the Romans. It was an area of France that was a part of a Roman territory for a while that was really known for it. That's like a modern interpretation of it, just like with Payne's Gray. So, Todd, Payne's Gray was originally made with a Rose Madder Lake, Prussian Blue, and Yellow Ochre. That was basically the OG recipe. Then that turned into Alizarin Crimson. And then, like the modern, a lot of time companies will just use Ivory Black mixed with Ultramarine Blue or Phthalo Blue. So to me, Payne's Gray is a useless color, in my opinion, TDS. But people seem to like it a lot. But well, it's going to be a little different with acrylics because those transparent colors don't show up as well. Those pigments in oil are transparent, but in acrylics are not. Oh no, what'd I do? What happened oh no. Who did that? Who did that? Oh, this is awful. This is terrible. I don't know what just happened. Somebody just walked in here and just wiped this painting away. So I made that way too, I think, far apart. There's not an average. You could spend as much as you'd like pretty much on a specific pigment, and there's some very cheap ones. So TDS, for example, I'll keep this in 1 kilogram amounts. 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds, okay? I can get 1 kilogram of burnt umber, of a good quality burnt umber, for $27. Same with yellow ochre. Same with most earth colors, right? So like Venetian red, burnt sienna, or siennas, ochres, umbers, Venetian reds, and usually those variables around there, right? I can get ivory black and lamp black for close to that, or in 30. A kilogram of ultramarine blue is, I could get roughly for $70 something. A kilogram of phthalo blue is $194. A kilogram of pyrrole red is probably going to be around $500. A kilogram of titanium white you can get for roughly $40, 40 to 50 in a 1 kilogram amount. A kilogram of lead white is probably going to run you $150. But so there's another difference, TDS, is different pigments make a certain amount of paint per weight. So what do I mean by that? Okay. So 1 kilogram of lead white would, let's just say hypothetically, make about 500 milliliters of paint. Roughly 500 milliliters of paint. Okay. But a kilogram of lamp black would probably make, it would probably make like 5,000 milliliters. 5,000? 100 tubes? In between 4,000 to 5,000 milliliters of paint. So if we're talking about in tube form, right, in the tubes I sell, 1 kilogram of lamp black would make over 100 tubes. Okay. And 1 kilogram of lead white would make in between about nine. Well, so like one of these tubes, TDS, is roughly 40 milliliters. 40, you know. So lamp black, 1 kilogram of lamp black could make over 100 of these. But 1 kilogram of lead white could make like 9. So just because it's a lot of pigment doesn't necessarily mean it makes a lot of paint, right? A kilogram of bismuth yellow would probably make about like 25 of those tubes. Titanium white, a kilogram would probably make 15 tubes. It all varies because they have different rates of absorption of oil, and they have a different density within that oil. So a kilogram of pyrrole red would probably make 60 to 70 tubes of a kilogram. Oh yeah. Well, you look on the label, Fugu. It took like 115 grams for 1 tube. I have the amount of grams on the fourth wall TDS. So if you go there, I have the labels on there, and you can look at the labels. You'll see how much grams and how much variation that has, right? So like I need like 40 something grams of ultramarine blue. Quinacridone magenta is a lighter pigment, but you know, it's more expensive. So it all varies, and that's why it's like paint making is like straightforward, and it's not, because you have to keep track of this shit. You have to keep track of, like, you know, basically it's yield. There truly is not a generic formula, TDS. The most similar you'll have between pigments is basically ochres. But umbers have some variation to them. So is part of the expense with lead just that it's not default white pigment anymore? It isn't produced as industrial? So that definitely affects it. Apparently in the last, I think as recent as a decade, there's been notable increases in price because the European Union basically made it that you can't get it unless you can prove that you're using for art conservation or fine art. So you actually have to go through a process to even obtain lead white in Europe right now. Okay. I've read that directly from a company that sells, that they have to, like, the buyer has to go through some type of verification to acquire it. And I've heard that it basically, you have to be involved in the art field essentially, and they have to verify that. So I'd be surprised if it might have some variation country to country. But I have heard that from companies who deal with lead white specifically. Well, you're positive that's the case in Europe? Because that's surprising to me. Finland. Yeah. Well, in the United States, you have it's more about labeling. Interesting. I'll have to look into that because, like I said, I do have some firsthand information about it, and somebody who I do know paints with lead white talked about it on a stream I was watching of them. So I don't know them personally, but they did talk about it. Well, I'll say this, Dia. So it's not like that Europe is super restrictive relative to the United States. So, like, you know, for example, with food dyes and stuff, the European Union allows more food dyes than the United States. There's certain differences. That are kind of interesting. The most restrictive law I've seen with regards to lead is California, with how you have to label. And I don't necessarily agree with some of their approach to it, but I forget the name of the thing in California. The law that, you know, where you have to label things if it's like even been like made in the same room with something as lead. Prop 65, there we go. That sounds right. Well, that directly affects lead white. It's related to that. But I will say that precautions like that do need to be there. It's just whether that is actually the most effective way. I'm very pro safety standards with a lot of this shit. Yeah. Well, you know, this is kind of I don't know if I necessarily blame the lawyers, Drez, but this is a big thing that comes up in engineering and a lot of manufacturing stuff, where it's just like people who are not technically educated on the subject are making laws and requirements based on that, which allows them to be heavily influenced by emotion and lobbying. Just like how like nuclear energy was demonized for a while, still kind of is. Yeah. Shooby doo bop bum. How's your nap, Drez? Restful? That's good. How did ultramarine blue get its name? So, it got its name because of its rarity during the time where it was being traded. So, it was primarily and still mined in Afghanistan. And it would be shipped basically through the Venetians in the Venice, right? In the port. I believe it's Venice or Florence. But I believe ultramarine means beyond the sea in Latin. Maybe not in Latin. I don't know. Basically, ultramarine meant beyond the sea. And so it was referred to as ultramarine because of its rarity and the lengths they had to go to obtain it. What else do you want to know, TDS? I'll answer if I have knowledge of it. There it is, yeah. So lapis lazuli is consisted of mainly 3 components. The blue part being lazurite, TDS, lazurite. So lazurite is the blue component of lapis lazuli. Okay. But generally a significant amount of pyrite and chalk is found. That's why you need the cleaning. All right. Another interesting property of ultramarine blue, and this is the sodalite. Well, I was just talking about the 3 most common. I don't know if sodalite was a part of that, but I believe you. It's more of the ones that I heard that were like the primary components. But there's also another interesting property of the stone is that the smaller the particle size of it, the paler it gets. I believe they did like manually picked out parts, and I think what they did is because chalk had a lower density, that when they'd soak it, they would skim off different densities of pigments. And I believe that is the case also for malachite. The smaller the particle size, the paler it gets. Where's Dia? Well, yeah, so that's when they say washing. So that's part of the advancement in pigments, TDS, is more effective ways to produce it or refine it. There we go. Idea. So what caused those pigments to be so pricey is not necessarily getting it there. It was about the processing. Oh my god, a raid! Solaris! Welcome in. Welcome in. What were you doing? Give us your links now. Get raided. Oh, you came in right during ads. God damn it, Solaris. God damn it. How does this always happen, Mud? How does this always happen? Literally right as they raid. There we go. Good. Get on in here. Thank you, Solaris. Hi, Bong Saget. There's ads going on right now. Are you subscribed, perhaps? Oh, you're talking about Yinmin TDS? Yinmin is a myth. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. How are you doing, tired? Oh, tired boy. I appreciate that you spelled it with an I. Not getting this head shape down. I'm doing all right, tired boy. How you doing? Okay. Can't work? Oh, that sucks. Are we live? We are. So for anybody who doesn't know, I paint with oils, blah, blah, blah. I make my own paint. I sell it. So if you paint with watercolors or oils, you know what to do. Ooh, fuck. Shit. Fantastic, Bong Saget. Good choice. Good choice, Bong Saget. You will not regret it. Well, no, this is all tired boy. This is all recorded. This was all recorded about 2 days ago for you now. Everybody is just so predictable in here that I can just record a video and then edit it. So this is all just heavily edited. And this is my stunt painter painting right now. Yep. They are beautiful, TDS. I can't dress. See, that's what I see. How would I answer that if I couldn't predict? I know what you're gonna say. I don't need to prove anything to you, Trez. Just know that you're incredibly predictable. And I recorded this 3 days ago. Thanks, tired boy. Have a good one, bud. Bay. See, why did I keep on making that eye too low? I've done this now like 3 or 4 times. Unintentionally giving him a lazy eye. Well, that is, I never said that. I never said that. I'm a pasty white Midwestern Polish man. Half Polish, half Ukrainian. And half toxic man. Fuck. Doesn't it, Jan? W? True, Bong Saget, true. Thank you, TD. Yes, my divinity. It's the third half that's the problem. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. One-fifth. Nope. I know people commonly say this, but the Midwest is not a myth. Very nice people. Very friendly. Very friendly. Whatever. Well, the Midwest is basically just the metropolitan, a little bit like about 100 miles within Chicago. That's the Midwest. If you didn't know. You're not within 100 miles of Chicago. Indeed.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink! That's true. They are definitely not stuck here, TDS. I don't stink. I am a White Sox fan. I am a White Sox fan. I know. It's a sad time to be a White Sox fan. Deep dish loving White Sox fan, son of a bitch. Well, it's tougher than you think. I just everybody here is just that predictable. Especially Drez. It comes out in the A's, Harper. So notice how we say Chicago. Chicago. Absolutely not, Jan. And no, Drez. I don't, like I said, I know I can do it. I don't need to prove it then. I'm proving it right now by interacting with you that I can predict everything you say. It's not magic. It's not. CAG. Exactly, Dio. It's not about reading minds. It's just about predictability. Why smoke and mirrors? Chicago's a great city, though. People like to harp on Chicago being a dangerous city. It really isn't. Well, that's just generally like a dog whistle anyways. If you think like, you know, a lot of like the misconception about Chicago is just racist dog whistling. I'm not a psychic. I could just predict it, Trez. So Chicago is like a really clean city, and there's a lot of like great shit to do. And then we have like certain areas that are very dangerous. But like, it's just one of those things. You understand, you know, you know, areas that you need to be careful about, and that's it. But it's not like a big portion of the city. Oh, did you, Jan? Yeah. My sister does work with underwriters. I've applied to underwriters. I mean, you know, my sister and my niece live in downtown Chicago. And it's not like a concern or like there's like, you know, there's really just not like anything to be concerned about. You know, she lives in a good area. You know, she you know, takes walks with her daughter all the time. It's not like, you know. Yeah, and that's it. You know, it's just Chicago gets like largely a bad rap because of Republicans. Because they'll cite the numbers of like gun violence, but when you look at like per capita, Alabama and like southern states like have higher rates of gun deaths and gun violence than Illinois. But it's just because Illinois, I mean, Chicago's a huge city. I know, I get defensive though of it because I find it to being an annoying trope that gets overused. Yeah. See, then you know, like, then you know that there's like something like most likely more to it, you know? So a common, you know what a dog whistle is, Jan? What I mean by a dog whistle? So a common thing that they do on like Fox News and stuff is they'll basically call out Chicago's like gun violence and gun deaths as a racist dog whistle against like progressive action and stuff like that, because look at Chicago and all their gun deaths. But like, you know, Chicago is a humongous city with a huge population, and they're going by just flat numbers. They're not doing like by per capita shit like that. I'm not defending gun violence, but how you look and interpret the data is vastly important to how you know, go about fixing it. Yeah. Or the prescriptive analysis. Yeah, exactly. The prescriptive analysis of how you would handle, you know, improving it. Now, also a failure of Chicago is not addressing, inequalities in the areas and systemic, the past system. Chicago was, for a long time had the, racism issues, systemic racist issues. And so if that, a problem of the past is Chicago didn't do a good job basically recognizing it early enough. Yeah, that's pretty low. Oh, of course, TDS. Completely agree. I do not know where it stems from, Jan. Gotcha. Yeah, Illinois has definitely had some problems with politicians. Our governor right now, though, is really good. I'm very happy with our current governor. Frankly, Illinois is actually a pretty safe state to be in overall right now in the context of the current political climate. Especially referring to trans and LGBTQ community. About the Democrats? Democrats have not been doing nearly enough in this climate, and I find that to be very infuriating. But they're still miles ahead of the fascists. Yeah, TDS. Okay. Well, I guess that's good. Yeah, right? Well, I mean, we have to support Walmart's ability to sell guns, Jamboree. We have to. I mean, what are we going to do? Restrict them? I think we should be able to sell grenade launchers, at garage sales. Okay? We definitely should. Yeah, exactly, TDS. Bazookas and tanks, exactly, right? Why are we restricting those? What about our amendments? God, I hate guns. I really hate guns. I'm like the one mechanical engineer that hates guns, everybody. It's so fucking crazy, Jamboree. So fucking crazy. Tennessee is unusually bad. Considering their like metropolitan population and how Nashville is growing. But boy, is your state legislator, kind of like Missouri, where they're kind of outliers with how fucking aggressive they are relative to their their political split. Well, I guess they all kind of are, because Wisconsin's the same way too. Yeah. Well, and they keep on making rules that keep themselves in power, right? I'm not even familiar with that, Fugu. Funny enough, though, my senior project in college, Fugu, or anybody, was actually related to ammunition. Was to automate the annealing process of casings. Returning to your scheduled program, true. Fun fact, ruling planet is... What do you mean ruling planet? Oh, gotcha, Fugu. Yeah. I'm sorry, Flat Joseph. Is it going like that? Yeah, so that's a little fucked. Just like that, TDS? Oh my god. Oh my... I'm sorry, Jan. We'll go back to our regularly scheduled boner content. Next up is Porky's. And how that movie has aged terribly. Yeah, but, that scene is pretty problematic. Justifying their existence? Yeah. No, I know what scene you're talking about. But that's kind of one of the bad scenes. By the way, has anyone ever seen Meatballs? How has that movie held up over the years? I haven't seen Meatballs in a long time. I have a feeling that movie wouldn't, but you never know. Yeah. But those were the days, Jan. Those were the days. Oh, Flat Joe. I missed what Flat. Just said some things I drew were AI and kicked me from. Really? Sorry, I missed that, Flat Joseph. That's shitty. Do you need me to go into that Discord and threaten them? I'll do it. I enjoy it. Do you need me to threaten somebody? My lawyer Dia says it's okay. Admin abuse, true. That also seems overly paranoid. Should just do it on a whim. Especially how obvious fucking AI shit is. What a bunch of assholes. I'm sorry that happened to you, Flat Joseph. Do you want Dia to send her goons? We have means of taking care of things. We can get TDS to send their goons too. Oh my god! Salt. Have a good one, Mud.
I said good day.
Good day. You guys are heading in early. Have a wonderful night, you two. Your ghost PC? You might. You might. I shall, Mud. Nina, you too. All right, we're going to do something called be aggressive. Be aggressive. Okay. Son of a bitch! Here I am being aggressive. That's true. Ooh. Oh. Hey, Maddie, could you do ad time, exclamation point, ad time, or next ad, I should say? Next ad. Minutes. That glare. Look at that glare. That's horizontal versus, look at that. Glare gets, everyone wants to see magic because this is horizontal. The light catches it more. But if I do vertical brush strokes, isn't that a pain in the balls, everybody? Yes. It is. It's magic, everybody. I wonder if the brush strokes will even out overnight. All right, I think it is time for a break. Everyone's getting a little bit emotional. TDS and Maddie are getting very emotional right now, so I think I should take a break. No, the storm's going on right now. Can you hear it now? There you go. Yeah, for some reason the witch just turned up the volume on the storm. They just made the storm more intense. But then it settled back down immediately. There's no getting rid of that curse. They really are. All right. So we're going to take approximately a 5-minute break to poop. You all right? And we'll see everybody in approximately 5 minutes, and I'm going to run ads. All right, see everybody in 5.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Oh my glob!
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never! It'll be a warm day in heaven when I stop. Alright, let me finish pooping. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done pooping. And we're done. Okay. Good. It's good. The diarrhea song, is that what you're referencing? That's the Chappelle Show, right? That's the Chappelle Show diarrhea. And your ass starts to pee. Diarrhea. Maybe it was around before that, but in the Chappelle Show one time they brought in a full choir to sing the diarrhea song. All right. Is everybody less emotional now? Feeling something squeezed? Diarrhea. Son of a bitch! Fuck. It would have helped. But I'm also not leaning into the blues that I have. So, for example, like if I wanted some of these areas to really pop, because I've been going with like the, you know, yellow and white for my highest. But if I would have like, so here's like, you know, a little trick with bright highlights is that you can, you could contrast the brights to add additional pop while not changing the value or even lowering the value, right? So if I just take white and just a smidge of the lamp black, right? And we keep that fairly bright, but it definitely leans like on the bright. So like, for example, here, if I needed this like one reflection, right? The value isn't that much different, but I could do stuff like that where the brights in value are not that much different, but I'm providing a lot of extra, providing a lot of color contrast in addition. So we do have some room to play with all this, but you know, we're you know, we are limited. It's part of the deal. But this does help add like the depth that we kind of need. Because one thing is lamp black and titanium white do go well together because they're both blue. You talking about Johnny Depth? Sounds like a porn star name, huh? Sure, Pickles. Hit me. Okay. Now, how am I going to do this? During the 1890s, how many commissions did John Singer Sargent receive on average? God. You're like, all right, so like during a year or a month? What time frame? What is the time period for this average? A year? So how many did he do, or how many commissions did John Singer receive? So like how many he actually did, or how often people asked them? Did he do? I'm guessing he was able to get eight done a year. 8 done a year. All right, we'll try 12. Got 2 more guesses. I don't know if you could do one in a month. Next guess is 4. 4. No. So I said 8, 12. So that covers 11 and 9. So 10 would be in there. All right, I'm gonna take a shot. 24. Nope, too many. 24 seemed ambitious. What was the number, Pickles? Was it 10? 14. I was so close to guessing like 16. 14 was a consideration. Because just knowing how he painted, it would have been tough for him to have done more than, like, I would say 1 every 4 weeks. But yeah, so he averaged 1 every 4 weeks, huh? Well, no, there's 52 weeks in a year, Pickles. Wait, 52 divided by 4. Sorry, it's 13. You're right. You're right. My math was wrong. Sorry for... Oh, wait, why did I just do that? That's a pretty good rate, though. I don't know. I wonder how long he kept that up for. I wonder how long he kept that up for. How are you doing, Pickles? How have you been feeling? Hank. Hi, Mako. Dino Blaster. Dino Blaster. Dino. I'm going to go with Dino. Okay? And I'm not going to give my reasons why. wonder how this will look. This might be too much. So we'll go a step and a half higher. No, let's go the opposite way. What am I doing? Mako, how are you doing? Well, that sucks. You're in Canada, right? Or are you in the UK? You're in the UK. Wait, why is the UK smoky? Or are you in Canada? No, yeah, you're in Canada. Yeah, you got wildfires, right? Jesus Christ. Gotcha. Well, I hope things get better for you soon. If you would like, I could ban Greenbag. Would banning Greenbag help? I'll do it. True, Sashi, true. No, the candle is as short as it's going to be. The candle stops right here. Because I was letting it burn while I started. I could possibly light it again, which might help. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, well, because I took the picture when it was still going. Know what I'm saying? I might turn this into a 2-bagger, everybody. I was kind of tired when I started today. I still got a bunch to do. I could probably paint tomorrow. Be brave. But I'm a coward. But I'm a dirty, dirty coward. And a brain. I've been on that brain list for a while, but that goddamn wizard. That goddamn wizard, everybody. I'll believe it when I see it, Pickles. Yes, it makes the it makes a brown noise. Brown noise. You know, the one that makes people shit their pants. It's very impressive. Mm-hmm. 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 Odorous stench. Thank you for the follow. Are you related to Odorous Urungus? Oh, gotcha. All right. You know what? Good choice. Good choice. There's actually a Gore song that I go back and listen and watch their music video probably like every 6 months. Can you guess the Gore song that I regularly watch? Nope, not Fuck This Place. I don't know why. I saw this song's music video and I'm like, and then the song would get stuck in my head every once in a while. And then when I remember, like, fuck it, I'll just listen to it right now. I don't know if it's a popular song of theirs. I did get invited to see him live. With somebody in college, but I didn't know who they were at the time. I was a freshman in college. And then my buddy showed me pictures of what he looked like afterwards. And I'm like, oh shit. That actually seemed like a ton of fun. They have a lot of names like that. They might, Sashi. I'll let you know, Odorous, when you wanna, if you don't want to guess. The name of the song I'll just tell you, it is Let Us Slay. Let Us Slay. For some reason that song gets stuck in my head. Does it for me for some reason. The music video is fun too. I love how shitty their music videos are. It's really charming. That is true. That is true. Do you still follow them, like post Odorous, or have you kind of just like stuck in with you know, the previous? Yeah, I've watched a few of their concerts. And I'll say, if like, I'm not saying it's like less sincere, but it feels less sincere. Hi, Burger. Because it's like, I feel like Odorous was the real driver behind that band, more or less. I could be wrong. Hope you're well, Burger. And for anybody who doesn't know, I am painting from life right now. I agree. I agree. So, for all of you who are curious, there we go. Oh. We paint from life here. We paint from life here. So yeah, and so you're all thinking about, what crazy son of a bitch has this set up in their in their place. And you know, this son of a bitch. I was talking about, this guy moved to this place recently, but I've been that insanity has been ramping up with my props. Just being like, I haven't dated anybody while I've been here. And, but just like bringing somebody back, and my skeleton and skull and all my props, my paint making machine. My class 1 paint perversion. Well, I did burn it down more, so hi, Sophie. By the way, for anybody new here, I'm a desperate, unstable man, but I'm looking for YouTube subscribers. So if you're willing to subscribe to my YouTube, I will act like I'm grateful for a good amount of time. Jesus Christ, Sophie. Thank you, Pickles. I like this one better, Omizu. I like this one better. Now, I have some regrets on the last one of not being more aggressive with the green. Thank you, Sophie. And thank you, Pickles. Let us slay, let us slay, let us slay. Thank you, Garg. That's right, Joseph Hoffman. Would I try the last palette again? Not with the quinacridone magenta, Mizu. Oh my god! It's like I'm seeing double. Thank you, Odorous. So yeah, Omizu, the quinacridone magenta turned out to be a real weakness in that palette because of how strong it was. It really had to be a part of anything to make... So the big issues with that last one was that chromium is not dark, quinacridone isn't technically dark, but its transparency makes it seem dark. And so, but to make things darker, I had to use quite a bit of that. So if I had to change that palette, I would, oh my God, Sophie. If the best change for that palette, Mizu, would have been using Pyrrole Red instead of quinacridone. Is it that bad, Flat Joseph? How many seconds you think? Is it like 1 second, or is it like 5 seconds or 10 seconds? $1.7 seconds. Yeah. It's a bit much. I don't know what I can do to fix it, unfortunately. But you know what I'll do, Omizu? Hi, Celestia. You know what I'll do, Omizu? You know how next vote for limited palettes? I'll put better versions of the palettes we've done recently and change what I think would make them better. For that specific. Maybe I'll just change one from the recent ones and we'll have you vote on it. So for anybody who's new to the party, this is a limited palette, 4 colors, and I had my Discord vote on the colors that we're using today. So we're using titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow medium, which is the same as cad yellow, pyrrole red, which is the same as cad red color wise we're talking, and lamp black, which is a bluish black. It absolutely is your fault, okay? But so we've been doing this for the last 3 paintings. We did this, and I generally do it time to time. But somebody threw out the idea of me just coming up with 4 color palettes and then having you vote on the design palettes. And I do like that idea quite a bit. So but what we can expand on the idea of maybe taking the recent palettes that you all fuckers voted on, but then maybe doing the single change, like maybe just doing one change to them. Do I think that would make it a significantly better palette? No, not just Zorn. Because Zorn, okay, so Celestia, are you interested in the history of like a Zorn palette? I've learned recently about some other interesting factors on the nature of 4 color palettes. Oh my God! Stoic bastard! Howdy! Alright, so it really has, Shasta. It really, really has. And so I think it's kind of an interesting thing to revisit them in that kind of capacity. But so the Zorn palette is something called, I believe it's Appels, or an Appel palette, which basically means a blue, red, yellow, white, but generally keeping things in earth and like simpler colors, okay? Or generally a black, a red, a yellow, and a white. All right. So an Appel's palette traditionally has been a red ochre, a yellow ochre, lead white, and generally a black. And the old traditional black colors were ivory black, or lamp black, or vine black. Right, usually like a charcoal carbon black was probably the most traditional. carbon black. And so Zorn created his, I guess, technically updated Appel's palette when he created his palette. So the Zorn palette is an Appel's palette. Okay. This is better to be classified as an Appel palette or Appel's palette. I personally don't find these to be, you know, obviously they're palettes with huge negatives. And so I don't find it as a useful tool even for learning. Okay? Generally. I have enjoyed, even though some of these palettes have been miserable, I have enjoyed this challenge, and that's mainly why I've been doing them recently. I think that won't stop me from bitching, but I do want to note how miserably shitty the Zorn palette is. That palette is specifically bad. Really bad. Very much so, Irish J. So, does anybody know why the Zorn palette specifically is extremely shitty? Once again. No, it doesn't really, it doesn't have, I mean, it depends on what you mean by mix. That's true, Celestia. Good point. How do you come up with this? I am a very stable man, Irish. The use of vermilion? No. It's because the palette, all the colors on the palette are warm. Okay? So the colors individually mix fine. There's not really a concern with that. It's just that the range that those colors can make is so limited. Is extremely limited. What, on the stable man thing, Garg? I am very stable. Oh, Irish J! So nice of you to follow me! Exactly, Odorous. So, alright, so the colors in the traditional Zorn palette that we believed, you know, that we have basically fairly good knowledge that Zorn used. But it's still not better than things with the blue or greens in it, Odorous. Like, that's the thing, you know? So, like, I mean, this palette can make skin tones fine, so can my normal palette. So it's like, it's like conflating a good palette with, like, being able to just mix colors well, you know? So, yeah, getting back to it, all the colors in the Zorn palette are warm. Lead white mixes like an orange, like a warm orange. Titanium white mixes like a blue purple. Right? Or a blue that leans purple. Yellow ochre, a warm yellow that's not bright, not particularly saturated, so it kills the upper end of your yellows, right? He used vermilion, which is very similar in color to cad red light, okay? That's a fine choice. It was a saturated color. No issue with that. I wouldn't use it because of the toxicity of it being mercury. And then ivory black is a warm black. Okay? It mixes like a brown. If you need evidence of this, I have swatch. I'll bring out the swatches. Fuck it. Because I got them right here. Okay. So, do we want to bring them over here or here? Okay. So... Okay. I wish I did these next to each other. This is lamp black. Lamp black with lead white. Lamp black with titanium white. Okay. This is lead white with titanium white and lead white with ivory black. Okay. But so if you compare these two with each other, you'll see a definite color and hue difference. Okay. Maybe I'll show it better on here. This one specifically, Omizu, is not bad. But, so point being is, you have nothing close to blues in the Zorn palette. On the palette cam. So you have nothing close to blue that can go blue because of lead white. And then your, and your ivory black is brown. It's a brown, just a dark brown. So it just it really hampers the range you can do. To use it effectively on anything other than portraits is difficult. It really is. And it feels like you're in a boxing match with an arm tied behind your back, and nobody asked you to tie your arm behind your back. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Shasta. Hi, Squirm. Welcome in. So yeah, I've done several paintings with the Zorn palette. There's also transparency issues that make it difficult. It's also an expensive palette because of lead white. And you have to use a ton. Well, it's an expensive palette because it has lead white, and you have to use a fuck ton of lead white when you're using that palette. You have to use a lot. Well, I mean, I use lead white on my day-to-day palette, Odorous. But the vermilion is tougher because, so like, accidental consumption of lead is not nearly as dangerous as mercury. Not even close. But you could replace the mercury. I personally don't have qualms with using lead. Lead white has way too many benefits. In my opinion, I am of the opinion it should be used in all your palettes. Obviously, we're in a situation where, I'm not using lead white, but on any palette of my choosing, lead white is always in there. Yeah. Well, I have a huge, Odorous, I have a huge emphasis on stable, high tinting strength, and light fast pigments. Pyrrole Scarlet, Omizu. Pyrrole Scarlet. Very, very close. Pyrrole Red is frankly not that far off, but Pyrrole Scarlet is more accurate, which is the same as Cad Red Light. Yeah, that's why you have to use a lot of lead when you use it, though, is because it's low tinting strength. But lead white is one of the most single beneficial pigments you could use for the archival nature of your paintings. By the way, Drez, can you hear me? Also, for everyone here, I generally do a painting a stream. I've had a few recent multi-stream for paintings, but I generally try and finish a painting a stream. I mean, if you're doing layers, that's correct. I just paint Alla Prima odorous. So I just need general, you know, longevity. But, you know, if you're doing thin layers, like alizarin crimson and Prussian definitely fade. And lake colors do. And then there's like, you know, obviously if it's like environmental stability where like stuff in the environment can discolor it, then like if you're doing glazing, theoretically it could be safer on lower layers. But so yeah, I don't so odorous, like, you know, I sell paints and make paints. I don't deal with any pigments that I make or I choose to use that have stability or light fast issues. So common colors that do have light fast issues are alizarin crimson, Prussian blue, dioxazine purple, Hansa yellow with the pigment numbers PY1 through 3. What else? The one pigment that I do use that has some there's one pigment I have to say I have to compromise for, and that is titanium white. Titanium white. Titanium white is not a great archival paint. The other thing. It has a yellowing issue, but it also it creates a very weak oil film. A very weak oil film. Oh yeah, the other color that you should never use. This is actually the color, if you're painting with oils, that you should never use, and that's zinc white. That is the number one you should never use. Zinc white. If you have zinc white, literally, that's the one you should throw out. That is one you should throw out. Oh, your favorite. It's fine in acrylics. It's fine in acrylics. It is a terrible pigment for oils. God damn it, Amizu, don't scare me. It'll make cracks in the toffee. Yeah, the paint. Yes. Don't eat the paint. Yeah. You know, titanium, like I said, is just kind of one we have to use because it is a unique color. The color is great. It's just basically, if you use titanium regularly and you are safe with the toxicity of lead, you should use lead to help make your paintings more archival. Not to mention the benefits of the color itself. Maybe we'll just fuck it. We're just gonna finish this tonight. You know, you just got to measure it, Mizu. Mizu, if you are fine with that risk, but it really, you know, it goes. This is, and it's a matter of your ethics. Need some mummy brown. I don't have mummy brown, but I know somebody who will dig up a body and smuggle it in. But Odorous, if you are actually looking for mummy brown, there are equivalents that are earth colors. It's from, I believe it's Syria. Syria has like ochres that are basically chemically similar to mummy brown. So they, or it's Armenia. It's like either Armenian or Syrian mummy brown, they call it, but it's literally just like an ochre. It's Armenia? Okay, yep. It's asphaltum? Okay, that makes sense. Yep. But there is literally like a pigment that is like essentially chemically the same as mummy brown. Doesn't dry in oils. I didn't know that. So, I wonder how this is gonna work. I don't know, but I am planning on making my own bone black at some point soon, Omizu. Oh, that's interesting, Drez. I mean, I would say that true ivory black odorous, but that pigment is illegal, just like true mummy brown is illegal. Is it from? I'm trying to do it with chickens, Drez. I'm trying to check out the chicken theory. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna try and make bone black out of chicken bones, to see if we can make if I could cheat the Zorn palette a little bit more from bears and other animals. So I'm gonna try and see if it actually produces a noticeably more bluer ivory black. A scrimshaw artist. Well, God damn it. Stoic has the taxidermy connection. So Stoic, can you get me hundreds of pounds of chicken bones? Or am I gonna just have to contact a butcher and look at like a crazy person? I need 300 pounds of chicken bones for a thing. But that's actually not that crazy because I could legitimately make stock. I could probably make food out of that chicken bones first. I could probably make an awesome chicken stock and then turn it into pigment. Fantastic. Keep all your KFC bones for me, Stoic. Everyone, all you Raising Cane's, KFC, fried chicken lovers, I need you all to save your chicken bones for me. I'll get a P.O. box for you all to send me your chicken bones. That is true. There's way too many boneless chickens nowadays. What's the P.O. box? 1270 Vandalay Drive. Vandalay Drive. I wonder who gets that reference. No, I think I could just contact a butcher and probably arrange it. I'm just curious what price they'd give me. Like, could I legitimately get chicken bones for like $1 a pound? I also don't know how much pigment that would make me. Making the pigment is not that difficult, though. Do you paint hentai paintings with it? No, I do not. At least not publicly, Emmanuel. Well, so I think I could do that. I think if I were to boil them first, Stoic, I think if I were to boil them off, I could get the bones fairly clean. I could also theoretically, I think, leave them outside and let bugs clean them for me. If I really wanted to get primal with it. That might work. But see, also, Stoic, in Otis, I might just be able to burn that shit off. Well, so here's the thing, Stoic, like, how you make the pigment is you have to carburize the bone. So how you do that is you put it in a vessel without oxygen, okay? And then you throw it into how people generally do it is you could take a barrel, something that's airtight, or they make metal containers for it, and you throw the bones in there, you throw it in a fire, and basically it will carburize. And I think that would burn off all the meat and fat and shit like that. I think. Obviously, I need to do some additional research. So I might not even need to clean it, like, well, but for the sake of, like, not being like a wasteful a-hole, I might be able to, like, make chicken stock, right? Make a fuckload of chicken stock and then burn them afterwards. One chicken. Well, I mean, if I could get my hands on, like, I could probably boil 20 pounds of chicken bones. Nah, maybe not 20 pounds. maybe 10 pounds at a time. So you do a couple batches of that, and then you do, you know, a burn. Yeah, I could do that too, Odorous. Point being is, I think it's doable without serious resources. Now, the thing that will suck is grinding it once it's carbon. Because I don't know if I'm willing to mortar and pestle all of that shit. So could I find somebody to grind it, or could I do it? Could I grind it? Like, could I get a machine reasonably at that price to grind? Or could I take it somewhere that would grind it for me? I don't think I would need to wet grind that. You think if I was doing it myself? Bead mills aren't that expensive. Oh yeah, bead mills could do it, couldn't it? Is that how they grind it industrially, Drez? Yeah, bead mills would make the most sense, wouldn't they? Yeah, like a rock. I mean, that's the same thing, right? Would you do that? Would you do that wet and then dry it? Interesting. Okay. Does the grind size for ivory black matter? You would do it wet then dry it personally? Is that to save on the dust? That's too. Dust is real bad. Makes sense. Now that's the only pigment I would consider making at this time, everybody. Because the rest of the pigments are much more difficult. You know, that would be a hell of an ass. It's like, hey, if I paid you $20, can you grind this for me? That would be funny. Well, here's the thing, right? You would have to reasonably assume, Stoic, that some human remains would get. If I ground chicken bones in something that they grinded human remains in, would I have to put a warning? Warning, some human remains might be in the paint. I could do scams though, like the I could do scams like those psychics that do it. You know how like there's psychics or like pretend psychics who use those like ghost machines to talk with like dead celebrities like the day after they die. I don't know how many of you know this world, But there's like, you know, those machines that you would ask questions and then like it plays those radio waves. So there are tons of YouTube channels. There are tons of YouTube channels that do that with dead celebrities. You can go look. Spirit box and then a celebrity's name. But so I could say like, oh, well, you know, I ground this pigment in the same place that Frank Sinatra was, and some of his remains might be in the pigment. Spirit painting, that's your... Yeah, that's true. Oh my God! Corrupt. You dirty motherfucker. Odorous, do you have experience grinding pigment and stuff? This is a picture of a severed head. I'm going to be very upset. Oh. Interesting. I wonder if that could do a proper grind size. I don't know, Stoic. I don't know. You scare me. And remember, I'm a very stable, a mentally stable man, okay? Remember this, okay? Stability in this economy? What do you mean, Abby? Why are you cricketing me? Are you, Jay Richards? Well, maybe it's time that you invest in a skeleton. Like a stable man. Oh, good. All right, good. Good, Richards, good. You have passed the first test. You have passed the first test. All right, so the question is, everybody, should I light this candle and paint it? The candle on there? I feel like it would help the painting. I think I just gotta fucking do it. Yeah. Let me go find my lighter. All right, we gotta do this quick. It doesn't really affect the background that much. You know, this affects it less than I expected. So we sing happy birthday? No. Thank you very much, Jay Richards. I appreciate it. All right, let's do a quick and dirty. Okay. Brush that brush. Red. Let's do a quick and dirty. And we gotta do this bow tie that I don't have the colors for in this palette. Thank you, Sasha. Maybe use a larger brush for this. Oh God, this cough. So you got glare on that one. I wonder.
The fuck is that?
It's a painting! Sovereign Dragoon. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Maybe I gotta put that, I gotta juice that a little bit more. What are you talking about, Sashi? Oh, gotcha. Well, my candle has not been using the my watercolors. Well, my plan was always to have it short, and I wanted the wax to build up more than it did. Unfortunately, it didn't. But yeah. My plan was always to have it short. I just wanted to provide a picture to y'all when I was taking a picture. I think I need to juice a couple extra spots. Okay.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. Stamina for days. That's true. I mean, Sashi, you caught a little bit of it. But, you know, there was a time period where, like, every time I painted, I was going 10 hours. Yeah. But, you know, I always kind of knew that was unsustainable. But I'm glad I did it, you know. Yeah. No worries, Sashi. Have a great night. I like painting him a lot. Jay Richard, if you check out my Instagram, you can see all the ones. I've been doing them a lot recently. You too, Sashi. Yeah, I always look at it. I love painting Sovereign, but I also understand that burnout exists even on things you enjoy doing. But I've been keeping up a pretty high pace now for three years, essentially. And, thank you, Richard. And for anybody on my Twitch side, I desperately need subscribers on YouTube. So if you're willing to subscribe to me on YouTube, I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Also, everybody, this is relevant to YouTube subscribers. I do like Andrew Kadima. I think he's very, very good. I mean, he's a much better painter than I. He is very good at doing one of the hardest things I think there is to do, and that's doing imaginative work realistically. Exactly, Jamboree. I know, Druz, but there's no getting out now. It needs to be brighter. Exclamation point YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. Have fun, Jay Rich. Thank you, Stoic. Stoic, I still feel bad about not sending you those Chicago places. Once again, I'm sorry about that. That true, Jamboree? That's a lot. Richard, if you look at some of my previous paintings, Richard, you'll see I start on just a white canvas. That's how I paint all the time. Good, Stoic, good. Well, yeah, let me know when you do. You know, if it works out, I can maybe, like, we could even go to the museum or something. For anybody who comes to visit, this offer stands for everybody. If time allows, if you come to Rockford, I'll cook for you. If you're staying in Chicago, though, we could. I'll go to the museum. My sister's a member there, so I can get free passes for people. So if I can't make it, I could still allow you to use the free pass, which will get you free entry. No, I haven't made that investment yet because I really haven't had the funds to do that. But once I start kind of having regular funds for that, Sovereign, I will be making my own canvases. Not the frames, though. Like, are you just talking about, like, you know, stretching canvases? Or are you talking about making the wood parts, Sovereign? Ooh, I would love that, Stoic. Please let me know. So, I know how to stretch a canvas. I have yet to do it. I have yet to do it. But like I said, I'm planning on it. I really want to go to that. John Singer Sargent is my favorite painter, John Richard, or J. Richard. Yeah, when I do Sovereign, buy, you know, the canvas roll, I'm probably going to stream myself doing it, or doing a bunch of them, because I think it'd be interesting. It's not that difficult. I'm not familiar with William Blake. My favorite painters are John Singer Sargent, Anders Zorn, Ilya Repin, and then Monet. Yeah, I'll check him out. What time period is he from, Richard? Tito the Raccoon? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Having a favorite is kind of moot. Because you just got to recognize how many spectacular painters and artists they are, and it's a disservice to really just say that, like, others are not really worth, you know, your time. Like, so, like, my 1757, 18. Okay, good to know. So, like, if my favorite painters that are alive, my number one is Karen Offutt. If you don't know Karen Offutt and you like impressionistic painting, check out her stuff. She's out of Austin, Texas. Oh no shit, Sovereign? Yeah, Karen Offut. OFFUT. She has an Instagram. She's fucking amazing. She has one of my favorite paintings I've ever seen. I should say she has done one of my favorite paintings I've ever seen throughout entirety of history. I also like Morgan Wiesling, but sometimes his stuff is a bit too tight for me. Sometimes his stuff is a little too tight. It's very nice, yeah. Mikhail Vrubel. I'll have to check it out. Odorous, do you have a Discord? Or Dragoon and Odorous, do you have Discords? Or Discord accounts? If you join my Discord, I have a section called our favorite artists. Okay, cool. Favorite artists. If you don't mind, post their stuff in there, so I can check it out. Yeah, she's really good, Jay Richard. So the Karen Offut painting, that's my favorite. IL. Oh, okay, Stokely, okay. Thank you so much. There's a Karen Offut painting of a woman at like a clothing store in like a white and green striped dress. That particularly is one of my favorite paintings of all time. To me, it's basically perfect. Vivian Lang. Nice. It's a lot of work, Richards. All right, I gotta do this fucking bow tie that I don't have the colors for. So we gotta be creative here, everybody. I knew the name. I didn't realize it was from her. Awesome, Odorous. I will check it out after stream. Thank you for that. I'm at times very non-informed. on historical painters. Because I am still kind of a baby when it comes to this stuff. I know Frazetta, yeah. So for people who don't know, I've only been painting for about 3.5 years. Oh, okay. Oh, commercials.
Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you, Sovereign. I appreciate it, bud. So I have a degree in mechanical engineering, and I decided to pursue this. So now I am broke, but a lot happier with what I'm doing. Until I start getting into a gallery or art fairs or something. All right, how are we gonna do this?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not stoic. Try and stop me. Thank you, Richard. And if anybody didn't hear, so this was a limited palette, everybody. So you're using titanium white, bismuth yellow medium, pyrrole red, and lamp black. And this was voted on in the Discord. So if you join the Discord, you could vote on this stuff. In the future. Also, if you're oil painters, I make my own paint and sell it. Yep. So if you're looking for professional grade oil paints at actually better prices than you can find anywhere else, we're talking for professional grade paints, check out my store. Well, yeah, so I worked in the CNC industry. I worked in several manufacturing industries. Oh, nice. Be careful with Prussian blue, Richard. You know, Prussian blue color can fade, especially if you're doing specific techniques. So just be watch out for that. CNC Music Factory, yeah. Well, so it's aerospace, CNC, medical. I worked in laundry detergent. And if you're in manufacturing, you might know the name McMaster Carr. I used to work for McMaster Carr. That was the job I quit before I went to this. What kind of CNCs? Huge, like, we had some tables that were 2 by 6 meters. We had a lot of 1 meter, 1.5 meter tables. Oh, do you, Jay Richard? Yeah, I used to work for McMaster. I used to do their 3D models. Was that DuPont? Nice. So I worked for a contract manufacturer for DoD and DOE, specifically though aerospace. So I did a lot of. We would basically make parts for Northrop Grumman. I did personally for Northrop Grumman, Argonne National Laboratory. Some Honeywell, stuff like that. That was literally going on their fighter jets, like DoD. So, so they would come to us and say, "Hey, we need 50 of these parts." I'd do the design on how to make those, and you know, so like what materials to order, their specifications needed to do while machining. Stuff like that. McMaster's a great company. The work, though, was incredibly mind-numbing, and I just couldn't take it. And there was some micromanaging, but not micromanaging. Honeywell is specifically does a lot with missiles, stoic booty, and nuclear. Oh, did you? I've been there too, Jay Richard. Yep. Honeywell was a part of the highest end of that shit. Stream abruptly ends, true. So Honeywell was the best run out of all those companies. And what I mean by that is their shit was the tightest. Their specifications were like the most detailed and accurate, but it also like, and they paid, right? Because that they were working on very important shit. Yep. So yeah, we did CMM it was all CMM measurement stuff. Interesting, Jay Richards. Yeah, so like I know GD&T like the back of my hand. I would consider myself a high-end professional with GD&T and 3D modeling. Yep, that's a problem, especially in the DoD, Sovereign Dragon, because generally, like, to change, if they had a drawing discrepancy, it would take weeks for a simple drawing discrepancy because they had so many rounds of approvals for anything. And so the first project I worked on at that company was I didn't know it was by the way, I took this job, I didn't know it was this much, but the first project I worked on is when they started remaking the B-2 bombers. I was basically responsible for I don't know, 26 of the parts on their wings. Right, okay? Yeah, I know SolidWorks, NX, Inventor, and CATIA. Those were the softwares I've used a lot. Well, it was what my career was, Pickles. So if you know anybody who's willing to do part-time remote work for those things, I would be very interested. I never worked with them, Jay Richards. Never worked with them. Did a couple projects for Bombardier, Boeing, Sikorsky. My main ones, though, my main company I worked with, though, was Northrop Grumman and Argonne National Laboratories. Now, Argonne National Laboratories was easily the coolest. So, if you don't know Argonne National Laboratories, they're in Illinois, and they're making another particle accelerator. So, I was actually making some like test parts for their designs. They were very inconvenient to make. Yep. That's the problem I'm running into, Dragoon. But hell, I could just review drawings. If I could find a position that just like reviews drawings for GD&T, I could do that shit all day. GD&T is fun as hell. You may not have believed that you ever heard that, but like GD&T is the fun type of complicated to me. I thought it was so interesting. I don't know how many of you know what GD&T is, but it stands for Geometric Dimensioning and Tolerancing. It is. Like, so Foodie, are you familiar with like engineering drawings at all? Have you seen an engineering drawing? Yeah, so basically, especially with aerospace and how complicated individual parts got, there became a problem that drawings were unable to be, like, you could not follow their drawings in the industry. Oh, no shit, Richard. Are you hiring remote contract? Part-time? So Stoic, and so basically what happens, the industry basically all at once started doing all their drawings with this basically methodology that can turn a 30-page drawing into a singular page drawing. And it was through, now it required high-end measuring devices, but the industry, you know, could adapt to that. And so basically they could turn these 30-page documents of drawings that were impossible to follow, because I've seen some of these and they are nightmares. And basically they create symbols that measure things in kind of a 3D space. So there's something called a profile tolerance. So that means if you have the perfect, so let's say you had a perfect 3D model representation of something, Stoic, a profile tolerance says, well, if you're out of a certain amount of distance from the perfect, it's out of tolerance. Well, how do you do that? Well, there's different ways to measure it for accurate measurements. And you basically have a group dedicated to just measuring the parts, but it increases accuracy and simplifies the entire process. It was a great thing. So you could just say, so a common one that we saw, Stoic, is we could have a very complicated part come in. So a part, imagine like trying to measure stuff on like a part that's wavy and curved and concave. And suddenly, you know, if you were to try and dimension that as an engineer, it would be a nightmare. How do you measure that, right? Well, and how do you dimension that? Well, there's no real good way, right? There's a lot of ways to do it that just has like internal error or inherent error. And so it's a problem. So, but now you could take that whole thing and just say 20 thousandths of an inch, so 0.02 inches profile dimension, entire thing, now it's fully dimensioned. You might have to pick out datums, you might have to do some other stuff, but it literally is, it turns things into that level of simple. Yeah, that sounds miserable, Dragoon. Right, yeah, so now, yeah, try imagine like, you know, doing that on a wavy surface. You know, there's plenty of ways to measure things, right? But you would need gauges that go in, you know, you would have to manually measure things in 3 dimensions, right? and then you would have to document them in space, and think about how much error gets interjected into that. Way too much. So what a CMM machine does, Stoic, is in space. So you'll put the piece on like something to hold it, a fixture, and it'll have like a sensor on it that will touch certain points in space on that part, and then it'll compare them to the perfect. And you could do it automated. Yep, exactly, Richard. It was like if doing those type of measurements by hand not only take like weeks. That's not an embellishment. It would take weeks. And then they're like way less accurate. So when you CMM it, now you can create a program that automatically goes to these spots on every part, has a much lower level of error on the individual measurements. You don't have human error, right? You could validate the programs, right? And it fundamentally changed that whole industry. But that's why GD&T was also kind of like universally used in conjunction with the technological availability of it. Because computers could now start doing that, and we had machines that could start doing it. But I saw some terrible drawings. So like, so I told you the first project I worked on was for B-2 bombers. Does anyone know when B-2 bombers started to be designed in the United States? So B-2 bombers are those black triangle planes. Does anyone know when those were the 50s? Not the 50s. Not the 40s, no, it was the 70s. It was the 70s. And Northrop Grumman, they might have had the idea in the 50s, but they officially started the design process. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, the timeline for new military aircraft is generally 15 years. Is 15 years from start to finish, okay? So I saw drawings from like 1978. The plane didn't get start to use, I believe, until the early 90s. But regardless, so Northrop Grumman developed a proprietary software in the 80s. Richard, this would be kind of interesting for you, that would 3D scan parts in the 80s and then translate them into engineering drawings. And those were the drawings I literally had to like work through, and they were a fucking nightmare. I had to work through 16 different parts left and rights. And it was crazy because these were automated back in the 80s. There'd like be like lines that don't match up, and all their measurements were in 3D space. It took me months to go through all of them and make the 3D models of the parts. From what I know of it, yes, Jay Richard. So you know what they did, Richard? You probably might have seen stuff like this. They gave us, for some of the parts, 7 datums, and they gave us 3 points on the datum in space that I had to create in the 3D modeling software, and then they put dimensions relative to those datums. Probably Sovereign. It was a lot. Well, that job was also really interesting because my boss died 4 weeks into my job there. That's why I kind of got saddled with like a big project early, because my boss died of a stroke. And the quotation guy is a bit of an asshole. I guess put it on my, like, you know, put it under my, you know, as my project. So I got thrown into the fire right away on that shit. Yeah, triangulation, basically, Richard. No shit, Odorous. Like, there is no other way to put it. Like, I had no training, and thank God I had some good coworkers who just like, were patient with me, who would just answer my questions when I had them. You know, I tried not to ask the same question twice, but I know it happened at, you know, some point. But it was they were very gracious with their patience. Oh, interesting, Odorous. It really can. I had, that was one of the places I had some of the best coworkers. Thank you, Manny. As of now, I am glad I did it. I think the painting is better for it, because I don't think people would have understood what the like wax streaks were without it. Richard, that's what happened to me. I started painting because I got back into miniature painting about 4 years ago. So, you know, I never took art classes or anything. And then I found out some miniature painters painted miniatures with oils. And my family had oil paints lying around. And basically what happened was, it's like, I decided like, oh, I'm going to try this. And it went terribly when I tried painting a miniature with oil paints. And I'm like, I should just do some oil paintings to get used to how oil paints work. And then I literally have never gone back. I never painted another miniature. That's how I got started. So yeah, we had some similar things happen to us, Richards. You're talking about this right now, Sovereign? Well, I'm glad you found me. I paint like this like 3 times a week. I'm going to be doing some plein air soon. Sovereign, are you talking about this? Where did I get this from? I'll show you where I'll show you where I got it. I use my cell phone, Odorous. I don't have a Go. I can't really afford a GoPro at the moment. I'm a very stable man. I am definitely not a paint maniac. Definitely not. Okay. Sure. I need to blow out that candle. I'm kind of both, all right? But I am a diagnosed paint pervert, everybody. I'm a clinically diagnosed paint pervert. Yeah, I got one of those too here, because I painted it recently for another painting. Here, I'll grab it. Where is it? It's gonna take a while to clean up this one, though. A lot of wax on the skeleton right now. Okay. Is there a cure? No. So, I painted this one for another painting I did recently. It's gonna be a pain to clean it up. But so this is Rudy, the skeleton head, and then the skeleton is Ricardo Montalbone. They're both assholes. They're both terrible, terrible roommates. Okay, not a nerd. Not a nerd. Next time I grave rob Stoic Booty, I'll get Ricardo a golden tooth. Next time. Obviously. Obviously stoic. Or else it gets the hose again. Exactly, Odorous. You get me. You understand this perfectly. Yep, it can be tedious. I try to take a point of just saying, you know what, I'm trying to paint simpler brushstrokes, so I tend to try and leave more than I think others would, but, you know. Now, there are definitely like silhouettes that you should, ought to clean up, you know. You really like underpainting? You know, I stopped doing any underpainting a few years, like a year and a half ago now. And I just really haven't looked back. So I just go straight into color on a white canvas now, Richard. I don't even stain my canvas. Yeah, I am free. Yep. Well, so what happened? So there's a guy named Ingbritson, who comes from he has like an impressionistic atelier. I watch his videos on YouTube. They're very philosophical, like the philosophical nature of painting. But he talks about the notion of like the visual order and what that actually means relative to your paintings. And the big distinction he makes up is like doing outlines versus doing a painting that focuses, like painting in nature, the visual order. So what that means is a high stress on focusing on the contrast of colors and the visual effects of the painting, right? And so yeah, he doesn't even teach. So then I started to kind of adopt that methodology of thinking, and here we are. Really is, Richard. I really agree with that sentiment. Thankfully, I never really struggled with criticism or anything. So, like, I welcome criticism. I welcome being challenged on this. I know that can be difficult for a lot of people. I'm just glad that I personally, like, don't really have problems with it. Now, obviously, there's a level of respect that I think that is welcome with it. Hi, Tortured Orchid. I am a pervert. Are we done? Oh my god, Orchid. Rude. There's one thing I think I want to investigate juice. Son of a bitch! Oh. How could you do this to me? Get him. Removing glare is very tough. Fucking glare.
Fuck those fucking fuckers.
Indeed, Sovereign. No, I've tried polarizing film, but then it makes things too dark. So now I'm trying just diffuse light, but that's still leaving me some glare. I've tried a bunch of things to try and remove it. I either run into the issue of it not being bright enough, so it being too dark, or with diffuse, I'm having problems with glare. I haven't tried bounce lights yet because my space is a little small for it right now to do proper bounce lighting. So I might try different levels of diffusion. Let's clean up. We ready to clean? And call it a day? 7 hours. I haven't done 7 hours in a while. Oh, I know. I know. We don't even have to de-wipe today, everybody. We don't even have to de-wipe today. Maybe I should, though, anyways. I don't know. I don't know why you're still here. Time's at 11. So yeah, if anybody's interested, I have paint for sale on my fourth wall shop. Professional grade oil paints and watercolors for a very reasonable price. The colors I use on my palette. Please do, Dragoon. Nice talking with you. I have originals for sale on Etsy. They are pricey on Etsy, but if you message me, I'm, I will, for viewers, I will sell much lower. And just think about it. You can buy all my paintings and then kill me and the prices will skyrocket. All right? Just think about it, everybody. You could buy a bunch of my paintings, then kill me, right? And reap the benefits.
Oh my.
Indeed. I gotta grab more paper towels. 1 second. Okay. It's foolproof. Indeed. Someone call Sophie. Oh my god, Celestia. Thank you, Dia. Who wouldn't want this hanging up in their bedroom on their ceiling, facing them while they sleep? Who wouldn't want that? That's true, Richards. I very much agree. I'm only in for the short-term gains, Sovereign. So yeah, just buy all my paintings, right? You can just buy all my paintings, right? Hire a hitman, get it done. Suddenly the paintings will be worth millions of dollars, obviously. Hell, you could even get the rights to my life story and make a very depressing, I guess, memoir of my life. You can get Ryan Gosling to play me. I mean, that would work too, I guess. I'm not sure, Dia. Is that good business? Yeah, no, that's true, Jamboree. You know that the paintings are archival, right? So you could set up your family for generations. All right, fine. I'll give you guys what you all want. Time to wipe that D, everybody. Live and uncensored. I know it's why you're all here, okay? I know it. Even the new people. This is happening. This is happening. Oh my god.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
This is disgusting. You animals. You're all sick. Makes me cry every time, everybody. That I have to reduce myself to this. Oh my god. Yikes. Good. Shut up! We call your documentary Diary of the D-Wipe Killer? True, yeah, we can make this a big spectacle. You should be, Jamboree. You have not, Omizu. You have not gone through enough. Alright. Prove it. That's only for the oily fans, Pickles. That's only for the oily fans. Okay. Alright, let's find somebody to raid, huh? Subscribed, yeah. Once again, I'm going to keep on reminding you because I'm trying to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube. If you're not subscribed, please, if you could subscribe to my YouTube channel, I would greatly appreciate it. Trying to get to 1,000. All right, who's on? Monkey Pit? Are they doing art, Odorous? I try and raid other artists. Yeah? Okay, let me check them out. Okay, Monkey Pit. Okay, like that. Monkey Perfect. Thank you, Celestia. All right, we're gonna raid Monkey Pit. Oh, Punk's in there. Okay, so we have some friends in there. Okay, cool. Odorous, Punk Noir is a friend. I know Diatomic Kitten as well. So we're raiding Monkey Pit. Make sure you raid and pillage all the resources, or else. Yeah. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Have a good night to the new friends. Richer, Odorous, Dragoon. Thank you, Celestia, the mods. Jamboree, Stoic, Maddie, Dia, Shasta, Omizu. I hope everybody has a great night. Next stream probably is Friday. That might be a earlier stream if I'm doing plain air. Keep up with the Discord if you're interested in seeing the updates on that. I'll try and warn as much as I can if I'm doing plain air. Okay? So, thank you everybody. And yeah, have a great night. Thanks again.